everybody, welcome to the stream. I am for everybody that can tell, I am in Knoxville, Tennessee, and for anybody new, I storm chase Knoxville and the surrounding counties in East Tennessee. And currently we do have storms heading this direction. They're all just off to our west of us. They were supposed to have been here an hour ago. They've kind of gotten slowed down. The biggest risk that we have, even though we are still under a level 1, level 2 risk in the area for severe weather, I think the biggest risk that we're going to have is localized flooding and flash flooding. Due to the fact that these storms are slow moving, and there's going to be storms that go over the same areas over and over. We're trying something totally new tonight, and that's to multi-stream. Trying to stream on YouTube as always, X, and Severe Storm Studios. Or Severe Studios. The link's in the description on my YouTube channel. We're going to head toward Kingston, Tennessee, as that's where some of the storms are set up. I've added my location to the stream, which should update as we go into different sections of East Tennessee. So we're trying a lot of new technology tonight and a lot of new things, so thank you for being with me. Thank you to all my subscribers, my channel members, and just everybody for being along. As you guys can see, none of the storms have really made it to Knoxville yet, and there's nothing in the Central Valley that's severe warned or even has any special weather statements. Down around Chattanooga, there are some stronger storms that have special weather statements on them. And again, I think the biggest concern that we have to have tonight is that localized flooding and flash flooding. But as always, as we've learned too, even though sometimes we can be under a level 2 risk and get absolutely nothing. You know, that happened one of the last chases that we did, where we went up to Campbell County, and the storms just dissipated and ended up hitting Middle Tennessee instead of East Tennessee like they were predicted. I've not had a chance to check my feeds to make sure they're up yet. I hope they are. I know Severe Studios is up. And since we're brand new on there, that should open us up to a whole new audience. Looking at the long-range forecast, especially for East Tennessee, the next week looks relatively peaceful. except for your toward the end of the week, your pop-up afternoon normal summer thunderstorms. Not saying that those can't get severe, but looking at the long range right now, there's nothing showing up. One thing I say is these storms that are coming this way, they're isolated, and again moving very slow, and going to dump over the same areas. That's why we have the risk of the flooding and the flash flooding. For some reason my chat does not appear to be working, so I'm gonna have to work on that in a minute. I wondered why nobody was popping up in it. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for counties surrounding Cleveland, Tennessee. Even though none of the storms to the west of us are severe warned, there is some strong, they're strong, they're not, don't have any kind of warnings yet, but that's the direction I'm headed, is west, to intercept those, because they're what's closest to us. Again, I'll actually stop down the road here and check the chat and see if I can figure out why it's not popping up on my screen. This is the first time that I have tried to do a multi-stream the way I'm doing, so I just want to make sure everything's working too. About 90% of the people that watch my live streams and videos are not subscribers. I'd appreciate if you'd subscribe, like the video, and if you know people in the East Tennessee area that might want to know what's coming, share it with them. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe, but it does help build the channel and get it out there to more people. For anybody new to the channel, I am a part-time storm chaser. That's the reason I chase in my own backyard of East Tennessee, because I do have a full-time job and have to work. But my goal is to actually get to the point where I can just do this full-time for you guys, and maybe not even with storms, but just to bring you guys news and events and things around East Tennessee and the surrounding areas. I think I'm gonna exit the interstate down here and check and see why my chat's not working. Even though I can't really watch it while I'm driving, I just want to make sure everything's up and working before we go any further. Because especially when I get into any of these storms, it'll become very difficult for me to see anything on the chat. So I just want to pull off and make sure that everything is working correctly. So if you guys will bear with me for just a minute, I will get back on the interstate headed toward the storms. But again, I just want to make absolutely sure that all the streams and everything's up and working. So if you guys will bear with me for just a minute here. Modern technology is always fun until it doesn't work. Whoops. Let me turn that off. That's going to create an echo, I know. Boom. So I see we got 20 people watching. Now I'm actually able to see. Nobody's in the chat, but that's okay. Nancy King, good evening, Nancy. I appreciate you being on here. Now that I know everything's up and working there, I do want to check. And see if my X one is up and working, and for some reason the live stream to X, yes, it is working. So good. So I'm up on X. I'm there, and I'm on Severe Studios, and we have one person watching there too. I appreciate it. So whatever platform you're watching on, I appreciate you more than you know. And our location I see did update. It shows us in Farragut, Tennessee. So the location's updating, so all the technology I put in place for this stream seems to be working, and there will be new things coming in the future. But let's get back on the road and head toward those storms that's just to the west of us. And I am one of the few people that chases in East Tennessee because we don't get the real severe weather that everybody else gets. But we do occasionally we get the tornadoes and stuff. We just had one in Greene County last week. Unfortunately, again, because I'm part-time, I was tied up and could not chase those storms. I was very angry with myself about that I couldn't get out of what I was doing. And I apologize I didn't get to bring that to you guys. But again, I'm really hoping in the very near future that some of those other commitments are going to change. For those of you who've been longtime subscribers on YouTube, you know my wife Deb, we've talked about this, and she's in total agreement that this is really what I should be doing. It's something I have a passion about. I love bringing to you guys everything that the weather, news, and all that. So I'm on Interstate 40 westbound. I'm headed toward Kingston in the Rockwood Harriman area. That's where some storms are right now. And if you're just now joining, like I've said, I think the biggest threat that we're going to have here in East Tennessee tonight is some localized flooding and flash flooding. But we're going to kind of have to play guessing games as to where, because these storms are going to kind of set up randomly. And that's part of the challenge and the fun of storm chasing, is trying to figure out, where do I go? Which storm do I get on? There is a 2% chance of an isolated tornado, but that also means there's a 98% chance there won't be any at all. And from what I'm seeing in the atmosphere, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I really don't expect anything like that. There's potential for some 50-mile-per-hour wind gust or so with these storms. So, I mean, that's enough to knock tree limbs out of trees and blow around any loose items that you may have outside. But again, the biggest risk tonight is the flooding and flash flooding that could happen. shouldn't be any hail associated with these storms. I mean, it's possible, some small hail, but nothing damaging should happen with any of these storms we have coming tonight. I was trying to get the location tracking down to the point of that it would even put what neighborhood that I was in or close to, or what section of town. But unfortunately, I don't have that part working. But at least, hopefully, it looks like, considering it did switch when we got into Farragut, that it will get to the point where it will show at least what part of Tennessee we're in, what city or town. Again, thank you guys for being along with me. We're about to get into one of those storm cells. We're getting real close to it. And on radar, it looks really impressive as far as the rain that it's dumping. Right now, as you guys can see on screen, we don't have any watches or warnings. We do have insane drivers, but we do every time we chase, we see them. Of course, nobody ever obeys the slow down law for stranded vehicles on the side of the road. I do. Location tracking isn't perfect. It's still showing that we're in Farragut and we're not. We're pulling up on the Kingston exit now. Let's see if I can figure out what's going on with that. Trying to look at the radar while I'm driving to determine which way to go here. I can tell you guys, this little cell right here that we're going through now, where we do have some rain, looked a whole lot more impressive on radar than what it is in real life. again, I'm not sure why our location isn't changing. It's really irritating me. Because it changed fine when we went from Knoxville to Farragut. But first time out trying it, so this looks like this is the most intense part of the rain, and it's really not much, unfortunately. Kind of want to try to stay with this cell a little bit. And getting into some heavier rain now. You know the location says Farragut. We're actually in Harriman, Tennessee. And I can honestly say I've never been on this road before. I believe this is Highway 29. I think that's correct. Or Pine Ridge Road. To be honest, this storm may not, these storms may not turn out to be the rainmakers that everybody said, even though we seem to be getting into some heavier rain here. Hey, it finally switched to Harriman, Tennessee. Oh my gosh. So we still got some technical things to work out, but we will. We're coming up on Highway 27 in just a minute. We're going to take Highway 27 toward Alder Springs and Wartburg, as it looks like we have some storms setting up that way. Do have some ponding of water on the sides of the roads. So if anybody's out driving and you run across any of these storms that are going to trail over the same areas, please be careful. We don't need anybody hydroplaning and having an accident. And again, as you guys can see right now, no watches, no warnings or anything in this area. I also realized I'm going way over the speed limit here, so I'm going to slow down. Some water right there, so it is dumping some heavy rain. There's ponding of water, especially on the sides of the road. I can honestly say, I don't think I've ever been through here. I believe this would be downtown Harriman, and to be totally honest, I have not been down through here, and I should have, as long as I've lived in East Tennessee. That's something I'd like to do at some time. I talked to my wife Deb about it. I want to just get out and explore some of these little towns that we've never been to, even though we've kind of, or maybe we've driven through them, but we never stopped, and just see what all there is to see and make some videos and share with you guys. Again, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe, hit that like button, and if you know people here in East Tennessee that would like to know what the weather's doing, especially how the streets are, share the stream with them. We're actually the only chat I'm looking at right now. I've got to figure out how to look at chat on all platforms, but right now I'm only looking at the one on when I can, that's on YouTube. So if anybody's joining the chat on another platform, I apologize that I can't see it right now. But really, I can't look at the chat driving in this weather anyway. But so far, it looks like we're still streaming on X. We're on Severe Studios and on YouTube. So wherever you're joining from, thank you for being along. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, we don't have any real severe weather. We're right here. I'm under a level 2 risk. Back to Knoxville, it's a level 1. But the chances of severe weather right now is not really going to be there. The biggest things that we have is going to probably be some flash flooding and some flooding concerns. So that's the biggest thing we got to watch out for tonight. got a direct message, somebody asking me what internet I use while I'm out here chasing. I have Starlink, Verizon, and AT&T all on board, and I combine those with the Speedify app. So it combines all of them together to help me have a stable connection while I'm out here live streaming. And that's definitely been a game changer, because in the past, if one of my internets dropped, I had to switch manually over to it. But Speedify, by combining them, does that for me. I have a primary and then 2 secondaries. Definitely getting into some heavier rain. And glancing at the radar, it looks like around Oak Ridge there's some very heavy rain. And it looks like these cells are kind of starting to build on each other. So it says we've got a detour. Not sure why we have a stop sign right there, considering that road's closed. And I think the detour may have taken us where we don't want to go. I'm not 100% sure. But we're definitely in the heavy, heavy rain. definitely now in some of the heaviest rain we've been in. And we're entering Morgan County. Great. Of course we're spinning. Why wouldn't we be? Can't really check anything. No, it's not long-winded. Hopefully it'll come back eventually. So my internet may be down. I can't tell at the moment. I hope it's not. I hope we're still streaming. Hopefully it'll just come back up soon. Okay, thank you, Deb, for letting me know I'm live. So it's just spinning on my end. You guys still got me, and that's all that matters. But we've come out of that one storm, and I'll be totally honest with you guys, I really don't know where I'm at. So let's see here. Oak Ridge. I need to go this way because I want to head toward Oak Ridge. So see, I'm learning. It's a good thing I can read road signs. Yeah, I need to turn the defroster on because the windows are fogging up. This looks like a good place for Bigfoot to jump out of the woods. That'd be fun. Be something totally different for a storm chase. Yeah, I can say that this is another road that I have never been on that I'm aware of. I kind of like exploring new areas though and just getting out and finding new places. Just kind of making life an adventure. Definitely getting a little fog after all this rain and stuff in certain areas. Very interesting back roads. Even though it called it a highway, I'm not sure it is. Part of me feels like I should start hearing banjo music. No offense to anybody that lives in this area. It's the only thing I hate at night like this when you're on an unfamiliar road, especially a small road like this. lot of times I get back in places like this and I wonder, was the sign saying Oak Ridge this way really correct? And my Garmin GPS is being spotty at best, and Google Maps isn't working at all. As I promised, we'll be back to civilization eventually. Oakdale, I hope that's not what I read instead of Oak Ridge. I could have swore that sign said. Now I'm not sure if I'm going the right way or not. I may have taken a totally wrong turn. That'd be about right, wouldn't it? Okay, I'm gonna find somewhere on this godforsaken road to see if I can kind of find out where I'm at, because now I have no clue, and that's not a good feeling at night like this. I mean, eventually it'll bring me somewhere. But I may have read that. Now I saw that sign for Oakdale back there. I may have read the sign wrong. So now we really are on an adventure. Yeah, I definitely went the wrong way. No, it's going to be a lot of backtracking to do too. Yeah, I think I'm actually headed back toward Harriman. But we're going to run into another storm, so at least we'll have that. Maybe. Well, I apologize for reading the sign wrong. It said Oakdale instead of Oak Ridge. It's about right. Again, it looks like that there's a storm cell just to the west of me, and we should run into it. Because it's all moving this way. I can't believe I went the wrong way. And of course, when you get back here and your GPS doesn't want to work, and it's just a pain in the behind. At least I got a full tank of gas. I filled up before we started the stream, so not worried about that. I don't think. will get us out of here. It may take me a few minutes because I think if I keep heading down this road, trying to look at the GPS when it's working, I think we're going to come to an intersection where I can get back to civilization. Hate it when I make a boneheaded move like this and go the wrong way. Wow. Harriman city limits, so I'm back to Harriman at least. It's frustrating though. Not where I intended to go at all. Very irritated with myself right now. At least I'm seeing street lights again. That tells me I'm getting somewhat close to civilization, I hope. Hey, a traffic light up ahead. Maybe that is civilization. Oh. I'm not sure why you put one there, but you know. Okay, I gotta figure out where the heck I'm at. Okay. So I gotta figure this out. I made one big circle, I know that. And that stinks. You know what? Don't blow at me. Never should have taken that detour that we took quite a ways back. That was a big mistake. see the thing's still saying we're in Oakdale, and we're not. We're back in Harriman. I think that's just because I've got spotty satellite reception out here that's not switching like it should. I'm going to figure this out, though, I can tell you that. So we got some lightning in front of us, so we are moving toward a storm. Maybe. And what, lightning twice and that was it. So yeah, we've actually been here before. So State Route 61 East, right lane only. And 61 East is what we wanted to take, and unfortunately I just went the wrong way. But this may have been the good thing, because we can see lightning in front of us. So this may have been what we needed to pick up on one of the stronger storms. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, unfortunately my chat's down again for some reason. I apologize. So if you guys are chatting, I can't see it. I apologize to everybody for that. But everybody that's still with me, I appreciate it. Sorry that I made that wrong turn and got lost. But we're back on track now. So I want to make sure here. 61 East, right lane. And that's what we're going to do. Instead of taking the freaking detour that we shouldn't have taken. And this time we will read road signs very clearly. Do not turn. Still so irritated with myself for that. Again, trying to get to that storm that's just to the north of us, or at least get in position so we can get in front of it. But again, on roads I don't really know very well. We never got to chase out in the Midwest where you have open plains. I wish that we had that here sometimes. Make it a lot easier. I will be glad when I get back to civilization. Go south, so I'm not taking that 327 junction, that's for sure. Again, guys, very sorry that I took the wrong turn and got us off course, because we could have probably been right on that storm. That's one of the problems chasing by yourself with no navigator and nobody to help. It's just sometimes you make mistakes. there was some good lightning. Wish I was there on that storm. I mean, I'm headed toward it, but I don't know if I'm going to get there or not. Looks like that storm may be intensifying. Sorry I'm not sharing a whole lot right now. I'm just trying to concentrate on driving on this road. Again, it looks like our location is not updating. I don't know why. It's irritating, to say the least. We're on a 4-lane road, so we got to be getting closer to civilization, I guess. Oh, Highway 62. We go straight. Cool. Yep. So, I know our location says Oakdale. We're not. We're in Oliver Springs. So, the updated location is not working the way it should. Something we'll definitely have to work on before our next outing. I'll try something, see if I can get it to update. I don't know that it will, but I'm trying. working so well. It's so weird. Definitely been a lot of rain dumped through here. Still nothing really going on in Knoxville, is there? Looks like that Clinton is getting some pretty good rain, so that's the direction we're going to head. When I get to Oak Ridge, I'm going to stop and check the radar and make a good determination of where I think all the rain stuff's headed. Because if we're going to end up having some flooding and stuff, I'd like to get there and at least get some video of that and bring you guys what's actually going on. So I see it finally changed to Oliver Springs, and now we're almost in Oak Ridge. That's wild. At least it's somewhat working, so you guys can kind of know where I'm at. Okay, let me look here. So again, it looks like some of the heaviest rain is going to come right through Clinton. So that's where we're going to go to. I'm headed down Highway 95 now. Through Oak Ridge, headed toward Clinton. I really want to get over somewhere and actually take a look at everything. Yeah, our location is not updating properly. Irritating. That's the cause. I don't know. Yes, I am talking to myself. So it looks like, looking at the radar now, it looks like the strongest storms are to the southeast of us and may move into South and West Knoxville in the next 45 minutes to an hour. There's a very strong cell just to the southwest. Well, it's really kind of to the southwest of Knoxville, and it's tracking in that direction. What we have in Clinton isn't as strong. So what I think we'll do is we'll head on out to Clinton, see what that cell's doing, then we'll make our way back to Knoxville and see if we can catch that cell that's coming up from the south, as it is much stronger than anything else I see around us right now. I knew these cells were all going to kind of be weird, where they set up and how they set up and which direction they moved. But I think that one strong cell to the south is going to move right between Maryville and Knoxville. And it does have a severe warning on it now. It's headed right toward Maryville. So when we get to Clinton Highway, we're going to take Clinton Highway back toward Knoxville and see if we can intercept that storm, because it is severe warned. As a matter of fact, we can do it before we get to Clinton Highway. But it looks like it's going to impact Knoxville as well. That's definitely where I'm going to head. I can't believe the location's just not updating like it should. And I don't know why. I've got to figure that out. Because it was doing pretty good when we first started out, and now it's not. But again, first time I've tried it, so there's always going to be glitches. Maybe when we get back to Knoxville, we'll have enough time to try to figure it out real quick before we get on that severe storm. I'm hoping. Knoxville is not included in the severe warning yet, but I think it's a good possibility it will get there. And that particular cell is probably the most impressive right now there is. And yes, I'm not lost this time. I do know where we're at least. So. We're actually headed to Edgemore Road. And since it looks like that storm cell that's coming up from the south is going to clip the southwest side of Knoxville, we'll head up Interstate 140, Bear Nolan's Pellissippi Parkway, over to the southwest side of Knoxville. And hopefully that cell will hold together for us. But right now it's the most intense thing that's close. So we can hope. I don't want anybody to have any damage or any problems like that, but we are out here to chase the weather, so. Again, I've got to find out why our location's not updating. That's really irritating. I need to find out why my chat's not working, because again, it's not working, so you guys can be telling me anything and I can't even see it right now. I've got to take a day when we have no storms at all and get everything put together and just go out for a trip and just test everything. Because I really like to get it down to where we don't have these technical glitches and stuff that are happening. Even though our location's not showing it, I am back in Knox County. And if we can get ahead of that storm long enough, I'm going to see if I can figure out why it's not changing now. It was before. Also, I noticed my radar map wasn't moving with me, so I got to figure out what the heck's going on there. Been very irritating tonight, you know. But it is what it is. anybody else been having problems with Google Maps? Seems like the last 3 or 4 times I've went out, my Google Maps is just, it locks up. And I have no idea why. My Garmin's working fine. But yeah, I'm looking at my Garmin, it's working fine right now. I'm looking at Google and it's just locked up. And there's no rhyme or reason. Again, hopefully, since we've got a little bit of time before that storm hits Knoxville, we'll get ahead of it and maybe I can figure a couple of these glitches out. Really like to know why the location quit changing. Doesn't make any sense. But again, I'm gonna try to fix that. For anybody that maybe just joined us, location is not Oliver Springs, Tennessee. We're in Knoxville, Tennessee. For some reason, our location stopped updating. I'm gonna fix that. I can't look at any of the chats right now. For some reason, there's a glitch there. So as soon as I get ahead of the storm and set up, I'm going to take a few minutes and see if I can correct those problems. That storm that's headed toward Knoxville and Maryville is looking very robust. And We'll check that warning out as soon as we get up here and see what they're saying about it. So we're going to get off at North Shore Town Center and see if we can't correct some of these glitches. I'm sure hoping. I think we'll probably head more toward Maryville because I think that the bulk of the storm is going to impact the Maryville area, and Knoxville may just get clipped by it. But we'll try to figure that out very shortly. All right, bear with me for just a minute here, and let's see if we can get some of this stuff up and working correctly. So you guys can see on the radar, that's the storm cell we're looking at. Wow, definitely like it better on radar. And it's definitely headed more toward the Maryville area. I don't know why my radar app is not working very well either for some reason. Because there is a thunderstorm warning on that. I don't know why it's not showing up. And we've got flash flood warnings. Or is that the severe thunderstorm warning? Is on this storm. I'm going to try to refresh. Maybe. There it is. It's not been updating. Isn't that awesome? And boom, now I'm on the map. The little blue dot right there. So now you guys can see me. That's where I'm at. Here's the storm. So we're going to get in position for that, and now it's updated to Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't understand. Now let me see if I can do something with the chat. Boom. Why is the chat not working? Okay, I'm going to try to go back to the chat. Why is the chat? Okay. Wow, live chat is just not wanting to connect. So let's try something different. Because why not? Oh, why is everything going to be hateful? Hope you guys are bearing with me. I'm trying to get things up where I can see what's going on. But a lot of stuff is being very hateful. Yeah, there's definitely something going on too with my location, because I'm even on Severe Studios, and thank you for those of you who are watching along there. For some reason, I'm not showing up, and I don't know. I'm not showing up on the map, and I don't know why. Wait a minute. Okay, now it's showing up on the map, but the location is not correct. So that's weird in itself. So I'm going to have to, I've really got some stuff to figure out to make this work, but at least now I see myself on the map. I see that we're still up on X. That's awesome. I don't know why. Why is my chat not signing in on YouTube? That's what's bugging me. Hey, I can see the chat on YouTube again. Wow, you guys have been talking, and I have missed it all. Now I can go back and see. Tony, thank you for telling. Yeah, I wasn't far from 61, so that worked. Yeah, I realized I was headed away from Oak Ridge. Hit the interstate. Okay. Take Old Heron. Man, thank you guys for everybody that was trying to share with me. And I wish I could have read this when it was going on. But unfortunately, that just wasn't happening. But man, thank you guys very much. I appreciate y'all being with me tonight. This is definitely been interesting. All right, well, now that we know that everything's up and working, at least somewhat, and it's showing that we are in Knoxville, we have that storm that's actually approaching Maryville. That's a severe warning storm. Maryville's not, but that's where we're going to head to. And now you guys can follow along on the radar map in the lower right hand corner, because I've got that up to where it will work. As we head that way, kind of blow it up just a little bit more so you guys can see it well. So again, I'm the little blue dot on the map, and I'm going to head toward Maryville so we can see if we can intercept that storm. Since that's the only thing that's really severe warned in the area. Again, thank you guys for being with me. I appreciate it more than you know. And it looks like part of that storm is going to clip very close to us here, but I'm definitely more behind it. Yes, my dear, I will be careful. My wife texted me to be careful. She worries about me a little bit, you know. I'm not sure why. I mean, just because I'm crazy to chase storms, you know. To Maryville we go. Try to put ourselves in front of this storm. If anybody's on here and you're new to the channel, I'd love for you to subscribe, hit that like button, and if you know anybody that's anywhere in the path of these storms that are headed toward East Tennessee, share the video with them, or live stream, I mean. About 90% of the people that watch my live streams and videos are not subscribers. Subscribing doesn't cost anything, but it does help build the channel and get it out to more people. And kind of looking on the radar, there's a very interesting part in this storm that's headed northeast. There is a 2% chance that there could be a quick spin up embedded tornado in some of these. A weak one, mind you, but it could happen. Of course, that means also there's a 98% chance that it won't. but I swear, looking at the radar signature, it looks like there's one little part that there's a little hook. And it's embedded in it. I'm not sure. I can't wait for the next radar scan. Maybe they'll show a little bit more. But again, I think that system will just clip southwest Knox County. And hopefully our location will change when we get out here to Alcoa and Maryville. Part of that storm is fixing to the first little strong cell is fixing to impact Maryville, so we're going to be close on that one. But there's one just behind it. That's the one that looks very suspicious to me. May not be, but it kind of looks that way. The only good thing about chasing right now is the later it gets, the less traffic there's going to be out. And actually it looks like strongest part is going to come across just just south of us. Even though, as you guys can see, we've got heavy rain here. Or that was one little pocket of heavy rain. But I'll try to just right in the path of that real heavy pocket of rain. Maybe a little hail showing up on the radar. I can't tell for sure. They've not extended the severe thunderstorm warning out, and I'm not really sure why. I think they should have, but that's me. So according to the radar, we're moving into the heaviest part of this cell. And it has dissipated a little bit. From what it was on the last radar scan, but still it's pretty strong. Oh, definitely got some wind with it. Excuse me. We'll go just a little bit further toward Maryville to get kind of in the center of the most intense part of this. If there was hail in, it appears to have gone. It's not showing on radar anymore, but definitely very heavy rain. We're definitely probably going to have some localized flooding out of this because it's dumping a lot of rain in a short period of time. Yeah, there's already ponding on the roadways. It would definitely be easy if you're going too fast to hydroplane in this. Now I see our location didn't update again. That's something I'll definitely work on before the next time that we go chasing. So this storm has really dissipated quite a bit since it came this way. Because this cell was very intense on radar and it just kind of went away. But still, especially on the edge of the roads, there's a lot of runoff from the water it dumped. Oh yeah, it dumped a lot of water up here. We'll pull into the big lots here, parking lot, and take a look at the radar. Let's see what we have. Oh, somewhere right here. Yep, that's a good place to pull. Alright, let's take a look at the radar. A little closer. Did it quit moving again on us? Great. Well, there we are. Now you guys can see where I'm at. I didn't realize it wasn't moving. It should have been moving with me. So we've still got these other cells are headed this way, and we still have a lot out here behind them. These have really lost steam. Of course, there's no warnings on them now. We have no warnings, as a matter of fact. Again, we do have a flood advisory up around Clinton, where we were, but now saw these and thought they were better. But we do still have storms coming. Let me look at the composite radar. So we still have all this down around Cleveland, everything that's headed this way. Let's put it in motion. So as you guys can see, for a while, as this front swings through, it's just going to keep coming. And let's see what we've got here now. So heavy rainfall and flash flooding possible. And it's going to be random, is what they're saying, up to 2-inch per hour rates. And multiple lines may may go over the same areas over and over and over. So that's what we're looking at. There's going to be multiple rounds over and over and over headed in this direction. And you even have what we have back just to the west. So even Even Knoxville's going to get in on it eventually. But we have a lot more that's headed this way. As you guys can see. And it's going to be kind of hard to chase it. So what we may do is just wait on it. Let's come this way. Let's look at the other radar we got. That's not really the one I wanted. So there's Maryville radar. Some more out there. Boom. So that's really intense down there. Whoops. Sorry about that. So this line's moving on to the east of us. Right now there's nothing around Knoxville, but we have all this other starting to come together just to the west of us. And it's all going to be moving this way. Now that I'm still, it shows I'm in Alcoa. That's funny. Yes, it does appear that, and hey everybody, I appreciate you being on here. Chat finally came back up. I've been having problems with the chat going out on me tonight, and I don't know why. That's something I'll have to figure out, but is Cleveland having a bad storm? Let me look at the radar again on that. Boom. Cleveland has had some bad weather, I know. And I think that right now, let's see, let's do this. Let's go to the composite. And it looks like the worst of it is east of Cleveland right now. And everything's moving to the northeast. So right now, I think that Cleveland's in the clear of the severe weather. And of course, right now, because of where we're at, we're looking at the Morristown radar. And we have all this in Sweetwater and stuff, and all this is moving to the northeast. So it will reach us. No doubt about that. Right now, we have no severe warnings or anything in our area. But that could change as these storms keep forming out to the west of us and headed this way. So that's just something we're going to have to watch. And you're very welcome. Appreciate you guys very much for being on here. I think what I'm going to do, I still think that Knoxville's going to get hit with some heavy rain. It's going to be a little bit later. But I think a lot of it's going to come together and head in that direction. Of course, these things are really weird where they're setting up. So some of it's kind of hard to tell where they're going to be. So I've let the windshield get rain all over it. I do have to figure out, hey, for 13 of y'all watching on Severe Studios, I appreciate it. I don't know why my location's not showing up there. It's showing up on everything else. So that's something I will work on because I'm new to Severe Studios. But thank you guys for watching. I'm in, for you guys that want to know, I'm in the East Tennessee area. Right now I'm in Alcoa, Maryville area. I'm going to be headed back toward Knoxville momentarily. Because we definitely have a lot more that's headed this way. And there's not been a lot of lightning, Kevin. I see your comment, seeing any lightning. There's not been a lot. Not sure about Iowa. Something I'm not looked at because, again, for anybody that's just joined, I mainly chase East Tennessee. Because I am a part-time storm chaser, have a full-time job, so it's kind of hard for me to travel right now. That's something I would love to do in the future, and I'm working toward that. But I do love bringing, since I live in East Tennessee, I love bringing all my people in East Tennessee the weather here. And again, I appreciate all the new subscribers tonight. You guys are awesome. I appreciate all my subscribers and my channel members. It does definitely help build the channel out, get it out to more people. But especially if you guys know anybody in the East Tennessee area, especially around the Knoxville, Alcoa, Sevierville, Maryville, Lenore City, Oak Ridge, those areas, there's more rain coming. There's going to be flash flooding, and I mean, unfortunately, it's just going to happen. But the problem is, where these cells set up, it's kind of hard to predict. So some of it's some guesswork. But we do still have, unfortunately, several hours of this to go. We just got sitting in my blind spot back here to get out of it. It irritates me worse for somebody to get up beside you and just ride right in your blind spot where you can't really see. But again, right here, all that rain dropped. I got some ponding on the road right here. Not too bad though. Boy, this area right through here, there's a lot of new stuff that just keeps popping up. I hadn't seen that. There's a Jim and Nick's barbecue back there. Never eaten there, and didn't know they were there. Okay, I want this guy past me. He is wearing me out. Sometimes I just don't understand people, and I don't. But the good news is the weather's not impacting. It doesn't look like air travel. I see a plane leaving McGee Tyson Airport. We have a little lightning all around us, but it's not anything major. But the storms we were looking at really kind of dissipated as they moved this way. We have a cell just to the west of Knoxville, it looks like, a small one. And wow, we have a lot of stuff that's headed in this direction from just to the southwest of us. So again, we're going to have more and more rounds, one after another. But we do have some stuff that's headed toward Knoxville from the west, so I'm going to head back to Knoxville, and I'm going to head to the same intersection I was at a couple of weeks ago that flooded, because if they come over it, it will flood again. It does every time. We've had a wreck here on Alcoa Highway, just north of the airport. So anybody that's in this area, please be careful. It's right, appears to be right in front of the Exxon, just right up from Shoney's restaurant. At least I'm assuming it's a traffic accident, and that would be my guess, because the left lane is shut down going northbound on Alcoa Highway between the Exxon and Shoney's, if you know where that's at. You guys should be able to see the blue lights now. Or he may just have somebody pulled over. I can't tell. Oh, motorcycle crash into the median. People have got to slow down this weather and on these roads. And we talk about that every time we go out chasing and we see it. People just think, oh, I don't care, I'm invincible. Like that guy in the truck that just went past me. But you're not, and you're not only putting your own life at risk, you're putting everybody else's at risk. I think that's what bugs me more than anything else, is that people just don't seem to care. apologize if you guys are talking in the chat. I can't read it and drive in this, but when I get back and set up, waiting on those next storms and figure out which direction to go, I will look in the chat. And unfortunately, right now, the only chat that I have up is the one from YouTube. So if anybody's chatting in any of the other places we're streaming, I do apologize that I can't see that. Again, I've got to figure out why we're not showing up the location on Severe Studios, because it's showing up everywhere else. That's weird. Well, and all that rain we had, and right here, it's there may have been a little, but not a lot. But again, more storms headed this direction. And I'm looking at some that looks like they're going to come straight up Interstate 40. If that's the case, then we know that in Knoxville, the Cedar Bluff Road and Park West Boulevard is going to flood. It did last week, and it will this week, so that's where I'm going to go to. And we'll set up. And if we need to reposition, we will. But yeah, it looks like there's storms that's headed right toward Knoxville now. Just off to the southwest a little bit. And we're about to be back in Knox County. Of course, our location hasn't changed yet. Imagine that. It's not rained a lot through here at all. There's a few wet spots, but the interstate's relatively dry. It's just you get heavy rain wherever these pockets set up. storms are very spotty because you guys can see the road is basically dry here. It's been a while since we've had any rain on it. And what we had here was very little. I believe that's about to change, but so a lot of moisture definitely building in just to the southwest of us. The question is, will it hold together by the time it gets here, or will it be kind of like that storm we were just on and just dissipate? And I'm not sure. Again, we're not in Alcoa, Tennessee. We're in Knoxville again. I don't know why the location's not changing like it's supposed to. soon as we get up here to Cedar Bluff and Park West, I'll take a look at the chat, guys. Yeah, it's been relatively dry here. Again, about to change. And it looks like the real heavy stuff today has come right through Chattanooga and up through Cleveland and that whole area, and not exactly what I expected, so that's why I didn't go that way. Come on. So for you guys that were with me a couple of weeks ago, this is the intersection where we're at now that flooded very badly. And I really believe it will again if this rain continues to come this way. So let's take a look and see what's headed in this direction. And why do I believe that now I'm stopped? The location will probably update. Okay, let me look in the chat. Okay, that weather guy, please stop putting Storm Cap 5. And if you don't, I'm going to block you from the chat. Enough. Thank you guys very much for everybody that's in here. Okay, I'm going to take a look at the radar and see where we're at and what's headed this way. Why is it not moving the way it should be? And now where's the... Okay. Okay, so what we have is this cell to the west is moving right up 75, right in line for where we're at. And if it stays as heavy as what it is, this intersection I'm at will flood. It does every time. So that's why I came here and kind of waiting on things. Ah, of course he does. That's cool. I got you. Yes, Deb, I'm in the chat right now. I appreciate everybody that's in here with me. 259 people watching. Fantastic. 260. Thank you guys for being along. These storms have all been kind of spotty. I wish we had went down to the Cleveland area, Chattanooga area, because that's where things really fired off. I kind of hate systems like this sometimes because it's really hard to tell where things are going to be. Well, she answered for me. Nope, not tonight. Need to find out why we're not updating again on the location. That's bugging me. Unless, because also when I go look at, let's see here. So I've still got to figure out why. See if I can figure out why this thing's not changing locations. Let me check something here. This is not where I'm at. Now I may have found the problem. Or at least part of it. Nope. There it is. That part anyway. Let's see if this won't fix this problem. Thank you, everybody that's watching. I really appreciate it again. For whatever reason, still on Severe Studios, my location is not showing up correctly. So I'm still going to figure that out. It's not showing up right now on my feed here correctly, which I don't understand. So let's try something different. Let's see if that'll fix it. So while we're waiting on the storms, I'm trying to update a couple of things to see if we can fix it. Well, partially. Okay, let's try that. Bingo, Knoxville, Tennessee. Hopefully that fixed the location problem we've been having. That's my hopes. What? Alaska's under a heat advisory? Jeez. See, that's what you get for moving, dude. I'm glad y'all are loving life in Alaska. So that cell is headed right for us. As you guys can see on the radar, we have one cell that's headed right in our direction. And if it dumps the rain, I think it will, this intersection will flood. And for those of you who were with me 2 weeks ago, if you guys remember, we ended up having a lowered car that came through this flood water and tore the whole bumper and everything off the car. It was unreal. So what I think I'm going to do before that cell gets here, I'm going to make a quick pit stop right up the road. And then we'll get back to the weather. back. Not that I like this area this time of night, because you see all kinds of people out. Mr. Alaska, you remember that when we were out here on patrol. Even though you were in the north most of the time, man, this is the, yeah. What a place this is on this side for, yeah, people. So that cell is headed right this way. Again, we're going to get right here because this intersection always floods. I forgot to get my microphone back. I'll do that in a minute. Wow, this area is very interesting this time of night. Of course, that cell was stronger before we got here and are waiting on it. There still may be enough rain in it to make this area flood. If not, the one to the south, we'll see if we can get it. As a matter of fact, it even looks more impressive. But it's not going to be here for a little bit. Now, there's still a lot of moisture in that little cell. Let's get the wide picture and look. Still a lot of rain headed in this direction. But it looks like most of it is now headed toward the south and east of us. So these little cells right here is probably our last best shots here in Knoxville. I mean, it could change. Let's put the radar in motion, kind of look. Everything's moving this way, and it's trying to fill in this area, and I'm already seeing lightning. It's probably that cell there. But we're going to wait on this and see if there's enough moisture out of this cell where we're at. And there could be enough. It doesn't take a lot for this intersection to flood. No, I'm not in Chattanooga. I'm in Knoxville. I do drive around the city, and I've just been trying. These cells have been really weird. They're setting up in places, and a lot of them have dissipated by the time they got to where we were at. Like this, the one that's headed here right now that I'm kind of waiting on this intersection. And again, I'm here for anybody just joined because this intersection always floods. And it was just, I think I said a minute ago, it was just a couple weeks ago, this thing flooded. And there's so much runoff off the hill just to my west that it's almost like a river coming down through here. And the water can get 8 to 10 inches deep right in the intersection, and cars just come flying down through here, and a lowered car last week come down through here and tore the whole bumper off the car. It was unreal what happened. And on radar, this cell actually intensified a little bit more, so this could be our one shot at actually seeing some localized flooding tonight. We currently here in East Tennessee don't have any watches or warnings. Yeah, Ryan's not been owned. The weather's just not been severe enough for him to be owned. And I've been in the East Tennessee area. I've been asking where I came from. I've been Harriman, Oak Ridge, Knoxville, Maryville, Alcoa. That's the areas I've been in tonight. And if you're new to the channel, I chase East Tennessee. I'm a part-time storm chaser, so I don't have time to go out and chase too far from here because I do have a full-time job. But I do try to keep everybody in Knoxville and East Tennessee as informed as I can and get out and chase here. I hadn't even looked at Kentucky, but I'm not surprised. What's interesting, there was such a wide area of a possibility of severe weather and stuff that and it kind of kept shifted north, then it shifted. It does look like Blount County's going to get it. They got a pretty good one earlier. This cell we're waiting on has picked up in intensity, and it's enough rain once it gets here. It should flood this intersection. And I've actually never caught it from beginning to end on the flooding right here, so that's kind of why I'm here. I'd like to do that. Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate the fact that you appreciate what I'm doing. I try. I really enjoyed when I was in law enforcement here, just getting to help people. And I kind of like this, that I like to, get out and inform people, especially when there's bad weather, what's going on. That's okay, brother. You keep splitting wood. That's okay. I don't want to do that. It does seem that the storms always shift in our area because of the mountains. Unfortunately, the other day when we had that bad weather and had the tornado in Greene County, I was tied up, and again, because I do this part-time and I didn't get to go, so I got aggravated with myself, of course. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, if you're looking on here, at Zeke One EOD actually helped train me when I was in law enforcement here. So if I do anything wrong, you can blame him here in the chat. So the other thing I'm noticing, I really believe this will flood too, is because these cells are moving so slow that once it gets here, it's going to drop a lot of. Oh wow! I hope your supervisor was okay. I had to give you a shout out, man. Curious. Yes, sir, you did train me the right way. I totally agree. Hmm. I wonder. Hmm. Think. Are you kidding me? That's what it says. Well, I'm assuming that I'm assuming that X has a limit on how long you can live stream because it's already down, or something's happened because even my my Severe Studios is down unless something happened. Yeah, I did get really good at using the map book. Sorry I missed the chat. I was trying to correct a couple of things, and because my X and my Severe Studios quit working, and I was trying to figure out why. I'm glad that was just minor damage there for your supervisor in Greene County. We did have a lot of fun helping people. Yeah, about 45 minutes from Pigeon Forge. Yeah, some lightning off to. Let's look at the radar again too, just to make sure. So, wow, you can tell how slow this cell's moving. It's unreal. And that storm that was headed toward Maryville dissipated. But wow, look out to our west. That one around Kingston has now fired up. It's going to head toward Oak Ridge. But I think this is the one tonight that we're going to wait on, like I say, because it's got a lot of rain. It's moving very slow and definitely has the potential to flood this intersection. What? Pre-recorded content warning. I have no clue what you're talking about. Yeah, it definitely does make it intensify, and that's why I really believe, since it's headed right for us, that we're in the right place to definitely see some flash flooding. Is the rain wet? Yeah, it is. It's really slow. That's why when it comes over this area, it's just going to sit here and dump. Unless, are you kidding me? Did it do what I think it just did? Well, that's lovely. If you guys look at the radar a minute ago, you know what we had, and now it's moved. Instead of coming over us, it's going to the north of us. You gotta be kidding me. The intense part has now moved to the north of where we're at. That's about right. That's been the story tonight, is that they either move or the intensity stops or something along those lines. Yeah, it has flooded for 40 plus years. Well, since that's moved toward Hardin Valley, let's go to Hardin Valley. If it comes back over this way, we'll come back to the intersection. But at least maybe we can catch that cell. I mean, it's going to be some pretty heavy rain. Let's see. It just figures it would do that. Everything coming this way, and then no. And tonight's not been a toll bust. I mean, we got lost. We found new roads. The next week around East Tennessee looks to be relatively calm. Long range forecast, I didn't see any severe weather on the on the horizon. Starting around Thursday, we're going to move back into the 90s, and that will spark off some afternoon thunderstorms. We will watch that very close. And if by some chance that they get into the strong to severe type, we will go out and chase them. I can't believe this whole cell shifted north. It's about right. I mean, it was headed right for that intersection, you know? Let's see, which way do I need to go here? I'm actually in the wrong lane, which is about right. But there's nothing around me, so I'll change that in a second. I'm always used to going the other way, so I forget. And I'm seeing some lightning associated with this cell, so it's even moving more to the north. It's really funny. But we'll get there. Yeah, if this rain had come over the intersection like it was headed toward, that whole intersection I was sitting at would have flooded. But it didn't, so we'll see if we can catch this cell and see if we can get into some of the heavy rain that's associated with it. I guarantee you. Very first pursuit I ever got in was on this road on a night very much like tonight. The very next weekend, the second pursuit I ever got into was on this very road. Oh, this cell looks so good, and now it looks like it's just kind of going away. It's definitely not as intense as it was. Dumped some rain through here, but that's, yeah, it's about right. I think the radar is lagging behind because it shows I should be in the heaviest part of it, and I think it's already passed by. One night I had to block that whole ramp because there was a rollover with a Jeep right here. Happened right here in the curb, and didn't even hurt the guy. There's a little ditch there, and it rolled over, had him pinned underneath, but the ditch kept it from crushing him. He just took the curve way too fast, as happens a lot of times. Oops. Yeah, that little cell was a bust. Of course it did. one place that may have had some flooding. We'll check it and see. So a lot of times right under this underpass, you'll get flooding. I just don't know if there's been enough rain. And nope, not tonight. Normally this floods, but that's okay. Looks like there's quite a bit of rain moving into Farragut. It's nothing real heavy. But the moisture's definitely filling in. Again, apologize for not being in the chat. Can't watch it and drive, especially not at night. Not a safe thing to do. I just glanced at the chat for a second while I stopped back there. I saw the question, how long I've been doing storm chasing. It's been right at 3 or 4 years now. It really started with a I guess this will make year number 3. It was the I started in the big snowstorm that we actually had. Man, I guess it was 3 years ago now. And what really got me some subscribers was, and it's on my YouTube channel. You can find it. Was a guy during the snowstorm stole an electric shopping cart from Kroger Food Mart on Kingston Pike, and was driving it at Cedar Bluff, and was driving it down in the blizzard, driving it down Kingston Pike. And when the police stopped him and asked him why, because he didn't want to walk. So they explained to him it was that there's a guy I know that just went to a thing out in San Diego with his wife. His wife was speaking at it. I think that, if I remember that correctly. And he went by the National Oceanographic people, NOAA, an atmospheric organization. They had a booth set up, and they were talking about that video. That's just the coolest thing ever, to think that one little video of me following that guy on the scooter during the snowstorm has been seen so many places. And especially for NOAA to actually be talking about it out there in San Diego. It just kind of blows my mind. And the only reason I followed the guy was the fact of he's out there in traffic in the snow, and he almost got hit before I got behind him several times, and I followed him just to try to keep him from getting run over by somebody. And I thought it was really funny, all the people in the comments on the video. There's so many people, mind your own business, you shouldn't have bothered him. People saying that he was on a mobility scooter, which he was not. He literally stole that shopping cart, and then people were saying, well, he's probably this, he's probably that. And no, his excuse was just the fact that I figured he was either drunk or maybe he was disabled. But no, he just didn't want to walk in the snow. So he stole the motorized shopping cart. And as a former law enforcement officer, I wasn't going to let him get run over. I wasn't going to let him steal the cart. I know it wasn't my responsibility anymore. That's why I called it in. I didn't intervene. I just kept him from getting run over. So it looks like we're having a lot of steady rain built in now. So overnight, we're probably going to have some flooding and flash flooding, just because it's going to be so steady and just trailing over the same areas over and over. Wow, there was some pretty lightning. As bad as I don't even see it showing up on radar. But it's okay. Okay. Swear it looks like there's some good stuff headed this way, but I think most of it's going to dissipate by the time it gets here. I could be wrong. Because everything that was intense that headed this way, it just kind of. Yeah, brother, you're right. Worrying about other people's safety never does leave you. You're exactly right. Yeah, I wish we get some storms like that too. Well, this has kind of been a bust tonight, in my opinion. I mean, we've just not had the heaviest rain that they talked about. It kind of stayed way to the south of us. The severe threat is just not materialized at all. And I think there's still some potential overnight for some localized flooding, but it's going to be very localized. Again, you know, everything we've seen that has moved this way is just dissipated and went away. So I think I'm about at that point that I'm going to call it quits for this chase. And again, I'll watch things really close this next week. I think there's a possibility when we get toward the end of the week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, when we get back in the 90s, that there is a possibility for some severe weather. Oh, and then, wow, we get a light show right in front of us. How interesting. Well, but again, I think once temperatures go back up, we'll have a better shot at seeing some, even if they're isolated thunderstorms. But I think the first part of the week, even tomorrow, we may have some spotty rain and maybe even still a little flooding in some areas. But I think by noon, that'll pretty much be out of here. And then I think Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday should be relatively calm. And then once the heat builds back in starting Thursday, I think that's when we have the potential for the weather to ramp back up a little bit. So we'll just pay a real close attention to that. I don't know if you guys heard something that I'm going to try to do, and I'm really hoping that on the 5th that the skies are clear, because I don't know if you guys have heard on the 5th at 2:30, right around 2:30 a.m., 2:38 a.m. There's a stage from a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that is supposed to crash into the moon, and happened before, but it happened on the dark side. Somebody saw it. This time it's supposed to happen on the light side, so we should be able to see that happen. And I'm going to try to get my telescope out and live stream that if we have the clear skies. So that's something. I'm going to watch the weather really close for the morning of the 5th. And if I do, I know that's very early for anybody to be up. But if anybody is and the skies are clear and I can live stream that for you guys, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I think that's just kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity. So live streaming that booster crashing into the moon, I think they said that when it hits, it should hit with enough force that it could send lunar dust several miles out into space. So it should be pretty spectacular if the skies are clear where you're at and you can see it. So again, that's August 5th. It's right around 2:30 in the morning. And again, we'll just hope the skies are clear. Because I think that could be a very fun event. Sorry, I was kind of looking at the kind of bobbled there. I was kind of looking at the radar. We're just right on the edge of this rain that's all headed this way, and there's a lot of it. But the backside's not that far away, so I will, man. Thank you for being on here tonight too, man. Oh, I'm sure NASA will put it live too. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I just thought it'd be really fun to be able to do that from my own backyard, you know, and live stream it. But, well, guys, man, I have thoroughly enjoyed it tonight. I appreciate you guys being with me. Wow, we still got a lot of people watching too, but it's, you know, unfortunately, it's been kind of a bust. There's still some rain coming. I don't see anything that's just that heavy. There is some just to the southwest of us that is, but I think it's going to do what the rest of them done, and by the time it gets here, it's just going to dissipate. I could be wrong, but that's what's happened all night, so I don't see any reason why it's not going to be the same. And definitely the severe potential has just went way down. And of course, it never really materialized around here anyway. But I appreciate each and every one of you that's been riding along. Thank you to all the new subscribers. I appreciate that. If you're watching and you've not subscribed, love for you to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button. Subscribing doesn't cost anything, but it does help build the channel and get it out to more people. And so that would be much appreciated. I think the rest of the night, from what I'm seeing on radar, we're just going to have a nice steady rain. Which again, the ground's saturated. That could lead to some localized flooding. But I don't believe it's going to be anything very serious. There'll probably be some standing water and some places that just always flood that will. But I definitely don't believe it's going to be widespread. Why are we not even doing the speed limit, guys? Nobody is, and not even this guy beside. What the? Just go on. Why are you? No. Oh my gosh. Okay. Side by side driving up the sidewalk. It's, yeah. Oh, people. I'm gonna pull over at Waggles down here and take one last look at the chat. The same Waggles where we started our live stream earlier. All right, one last quick look at the chat. Yeah. Yeah, tonight was definitely not for things to, for the storms to bust on us, wasn't definitely. Yeah, a lot of people don't know how to drive, that's for sure. But guys, thank you all very much. I really, really, really appreciate each and every one of you tonight. Hope you all have a wonderful night. We'll play it day by day. We'll keep an eye on the storms to see what we've got coming on. But anyway, I hope each and every one of you have a wonderful night. And until next time, I'll see you soon.